Well, good morning, everyone. It's 9:30, and we do not have quorum. It seems that there's a lot of backup on traffic, and people are going to be late. So why don't we pause, and we will reconvene at 10 o'clock. We'll be assured to have quorum at 10 a.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So we do have quorum, and we will start our Budget Committee meeting. It's okay, Tony. So welcome to the Budget Committee meeting of January 28th, 2026. My name is Kathy Daigle-Gammon, Chair of Budget. With me is Jerry Blackwood, our Chief Financial Officer, and John Traves is here, just not in the seat at the moment. And our clerk today is Krista Vining, and supported by Dorothy Makamba. And so we'll do the call to order. And our land acknowledgement that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. We'll ask for approval of the minutes of December 9th, 2025. Councillor Steele, a seconder, please. Councillor Vining, or Councillor Harding. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Approval of the order of business and additions or deletions. Madam Clerk.
There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office.
So we have a motion to approve, please. Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor St. Amand. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hand. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. A call for declaration of conflict of interest. Hearing none, we get to move to public participation. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and the community for the record. Comments should be respectful, relevant to the Budget Committee deliberations, and directed to the chair. We had no speakers signed up in advance, so we will ask 3 times if there is anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak.
Hello. Okay, hello. My name is Matt Stickland. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm speaking to you in a personal capacity today. And in fact, in a professional capacity, I completely disagree with everything I'm about to tell you, because personally, I benefit a lot from the inequities of our current tax system. For a little bit of context, I live in District 2, and our district runs a $20 million deficit every year, and yet this year might be the first year I pay $2,000 in property taxes. Now, I don't know if you've looked at the tenders for garbage. It's not capital budget, but we're getting there. If you look at the tenders for garbage, you'll notice that I don't pay enough in taxes for my garbage to be collected. Good news, though, residents who live in buildings with more than 6 units, they pay for their own garbage collection, and they pay the general rate to pay for my garbage collection. So, basically, the district I live in runs at a massive operational deficit that is subsidized by downtown. I do not want that to stop because I don't pay enough in taxes, and I personally benefit a lot from that imbalance. Now, when we talked about the capital budget, or when the capital budget part of it yesterday was debated, specifically the bike lanes, it was suggested by the mayor in the context of the bike lanes that the expensive infrastructure should be taken off of the general rate. I disagree. The automotive infrastructure, just the maintenance for the 12-year period that we're talking about in the capital budget, is over $1 billion. I don't have to pay for that right now. If you start charging area rates for expensive infrastructure like roads, I need to start paying for roads. Can I afford it? Yes. Do I want to? No. So please don't do it. Now, I want you to listen to the people who are talking to you about how raising taxes will hurt them, because it will. Yesterday, you heard someone speak and say responsibility is spread so thin no one feels it. That's not true. I don't feel it. The people who live and breathe on a difference of $100 in their budget, they feel it. And anytime you raise the taxes, I don't pay it, they pay it. And I like that, personally. Again, professionally, I completely disagree with any of this, and our current fiscal choices are ruining the city, and we should really stop. But personally, I am benefiting a lot from it, so you should continue. Now, the good news for me is that I think it was last year, the CFO said something like, well, you know, we can't keep pulling rabbits out of the hat. This budget process is designed as a hat with the promise of rabbits. Like, no wonder you think you could do it. The bike lanes are going to cost us $65 million. That's what's left. District 7, their surplus is $88 million. If we take those bike lanes out of the general rate, District 7 gets bike lanes this year, and I need to start paying my fair share for my infrastructure. And I don't want to do that. Professionally and long term, I think we should do that because it's better for my kid if I don't benefit in the short term. But I have enough money that all the money I'm saving on taxes, I can put in savings. And then so he'll have enough money to move out of this place once the infrastructure hasn't caught up, because you've invested in me right now, not his future. But I'm saving enough money that the future of the city will be able to leave with the nest egg I'm saving on taxes right now to further compound your infrastructure problems in the future, which won't be a problem for me because I'll be dead and my kid will be gone. So in the short term, please don't raise taxes. Keep doing austerity. I can afford it, so that's fine. In fact, if you do austerity, I think the amount I'll save is like $20, and the amount I'll have to pay out of pocket is like a couple $100, but the amount of paying I should be paying in taxes is like $6,000 more. So austerity benefits me. The poor, no, absolutely not. It totally messes them up. But me, great, it's awesome. So yeah, keep going there, I guess. Yeah, anyways, long way of saying, personally speaking, the city's financial future is not good. Our budget system is set up in such a way that will allow you to make good, expedient political decisions that will secure your re-election, while at the same time sinking and torpedoing the future of the city. The processes you rely on for good information don't exist, and they give you information that you want to hear, which all benefits me. Now, I could have looked it up in the database, and I know your pay scales are public, but I would guess that our representative democracy is working exactly like it's designed to. Most of the people around this room, based on pay scales and assumptions about mortgages, I could have looked it up, but that felt a little, even for me, a little bit invasive privacy. We all benefit in the exact same way I'm describing. Every single person around this table benefits from the inequities in the tax system in the way I'm describing. The participation in municipal democracy is so low that the people who vote for you are also people like me who benefit from the system. And the people who are in charge of districts who are running massive deficits outnumber the districts that do a surplus. You have no structural way to fix this problem that I'm benefiting from, so please continue the inequities.
Thank you very much. For the second time, is there anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak? For the third and final time, is there anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak? Thank you. We will now move on to item 6, the exciting part of today as well, the 2026-27 multi-year capital plan, and we do have a presentation. Welcome, Crystal. Crystal, just before you get started, I'm just going to do a little housekeeping item for our councillors. There are times that councillors will ask a question of staff and other councillors will feel the need to answer. And I would like it if we will allow the staff to answer the questions. And then if there is an amendment, once the motion is put on the floor, we will speak, you can speak for your 5 minutes. And then at the end, use your amendment. And then it's 3 minutes, 3 minutes, and 3 minutes, just so that you have that clear. And we just might need a moment when an amendment comes on to be able to reset the speakers list. So be careful, don't jump right in, because we want to make sure that we get you on the right speakers list. Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging my housekeeping item there, Crystal.
Appreciate it. Good morning, Crystal Nallen, Director of Asset Management. This morning we're going to run through the capital budget draft. And as you can see in the overview, we're going to go through the 26-27 budget year first. We're going to do things a little bit differently this year. Then we're going to talk about the capital funding. And then we're going to talk about years 2 through 4 of the 4-year capital plan, and then some next steps. So it's no surprise that the city's had some unprecedented growth in the last few years. And certainly we've heard from Statistics Canada that that's starting to level out now, but from an infrastructure point of view, we still have a gap that needs to be met that is talked about every day. What we can't ignore is the fact that apart from what needs to be put in place as new and expansion, we also have an existing almost $5 billion of infrastructure that needs to be maintained in order to continue to deliver safe and reliable service. The theme, I think, of the capital plan this year is really talking about affordability trade-off. There is a very high need for service growth coming from our infrastructure looking for enhanced quality levels, for higher service expectations, frequency, functionality. New services are always coming forward, and of course the capacity in our existing assets need to be expanded to meet the larger population. On the other side, as we've heard from the public, there's a lot of pressure around affordability, and the primary focus on ensuring affordability is making sure that our services can continue to be safe and reliable, and that there is equity across the board for all around at least the basic access to our services. In the front of the draft capital book, in the overview section at the back, every year we post or include an assessment of our asset conditions that staff have been keep track of and record across our larger group of assets. In this chart, what's most important is just to recognize the trend across all groups. These are assets that we currently own and maintain and operate in the services we deliver. And it is in here to just highlight that there is a reason why, thankfully, in the December 9th Budget Committee discussion, Council approved the direction to maintain in the annual capital budget that we're investing at least 60 to 80% of the annual budget into asset renewal activities. On this slide, of course, back in August, Council approved the new 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. And these two charts, which are also included in the report, just highlight how the 2026-27 plan is broken down into each of the strategic priority categories. And of course, there's also the responsible administration category as well for maintaining our internal services. So now to the numbers and the meat of the 2026 alone budget, the 1 year. So this table breaks the budget down by each of the major budget categories. I also include recognizing that we're presently in 2025-26 fiscal year. Last year's actuals are included. This year is projected or estimates from staff on where they expect to be come March 31st as far as their expected spend, and that was as far as at September 30th. The third column is the draft recommended capital budget that's in front of you today. And the fourth column is the estimated total work plan. What's included in that number is your 2026-27 budget, as well as some previously approved budgets that are still work in progress. So those budgets have not yet been fully implemented, so they get added to the estimated delivery next year. So staff is actually expecting to deliver $509 million worth of projects next year. And why that it's important to also take a look at that is I know there's been some questions around projects in the 26-27 budget that folks have looked at and said, well, that looks like a very low number. Why aren't we delivering more? With the work in progress that will carry over from past years into 26-27, we work as far as we don't want to tax citizens for any capital work before it's actually going to be delivered as best possible. So therefore, sometimes we tailor back the original plan for 26-27 because we know there's still work in progress. So we try to deliver a combined total work plan that's practical and possible to deliver. As you can see down at the bottom of the slide, for the base program, we are within the ratio which Council approved and directed in December, 68% going towards asset renewal and 32% towards service growth. The Strategic Initiatives Program, which is about large city building projects and transformative strategic plans like the Integrated Mobility Plan, that is 96% growth, 4% renewal. So a reminder on that. And a reminder that when the Strategic Initiatives Program was introduced in 2022-23, it was separated out from the base capital program because the base capital program is around maintaining what we currently own and only nominal service growth or changes. The large transformative projects were really separated out for transparency and to highlight that if any of those projects are approved, there is going to be an increase to taxes because they are large, complex, and impactful projects. So these next few slides are just highlighting a few of the projects that are in progress and included in the 26-27 budget. On the first slide, we have a number of our new buildings that are being built currently. The BLT Community Center, the new fire headquarters and Fire Station 1, the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center, Community Center, and Fire Station. The next slide, we have the Halifax Commons Skate Park rehabilitation, for which you'll remember from when we approved the advanced tenders in December. The Maybank Ball Field is being replaced. The Fish Hatchery Park bank stabilization work needs to be done after some damage from the 2023 flood. And Sir Sanford Fleming Park shoreline improvements, this will be phase 5. On the next slide, articulated bus replacements that are past due. We're moving forward on that. There will be 47 of them planned to be delivered in the next 3 years. Wrights Cove Transit Terminal is being built new. The majority of that budget is being funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Port Wallace roadway oversizing needs to be done for the increased population in that area. And the Dartmouth Infrastructure Renewal Project has been underway, both Patogan Street and Sullivan's daylighting projects. The combined finish date for both projects is in 2028. However, the Sullivan Pond daylighting portion should be complete in 2026. On the final slide, we have Ross Road realignment due to be complete. And for the Bears Road Transit Priority Corridor, where Phase 1 has been completed in past years, there is a plan to move to Phase 2 between Connaught Street and Windsor Street. And then as far as planning and design around functional level design moving forward for Herring Cove Road Transit Priority Corridor. So moving on to capital funding, just taking a moment to go through the various funding categories, of course, that where the capital budget is funded quite differently from the operating budget. So the capital renewal funding source is what's on your general rated tax bill every year. And this typically this funding source typically needs to go towards any life cycle maintenance and any assets that have a expected lifespan less than 10 years. So it's an important, stable, and reliable funding source for those important pieces in the capital plan. Reserves, usually the majority of that funding has been taxed in previous years, contributed into funds, and there are various sources that go into various reserves. Of course, as you know, each reserve has a specific business case with it. So for an example, a number of the reserves for the capital plan might be for solid waste or the business parks. The next two lines are debt, and we'll get into a bigger conversation about debt in the next couple of slides. But of course, whenever we approve a new project, the debt amount that's in the budget for 26-27 is the dollar amount of the project cost that's expected to be spent. So the $97 million that's on this slide here, it relates to new project costs in 26-27 that we expect to be debt funded. However, that will not appear on any tax bills, until the project is complete and we take the debenture through the province. And of course, that debt will be paid over in installments over the next 10 to 20 years. Of course, with any debt that we do take, in addition to the $97 million in project cost, we pay a premium via the means of interest payments on that benefit to delay payment. Different from personal debt, public policy debt is a good financial tool for public policy, whereas the asset that's in operation, the folks that are paying taxes will receive the benefit of that asset while it's in operation. So it is a good financial tool as long as it's managed responsibly. The next two lines are external cost-sharing sources. And for those items with those dollars that are in place, they're all confirmed funding sources. So there's agreements in place. The Canada Community Building Fund, of course, is the new agreement, 10-year agreement that we have with the federal government that used to be gas tax that has transitioned into the new program. And then there's various other funding sources in the other cost-sharing agreements. This slide really starts to get into conversation around the affordability piece, where we're talking about affordability trade-offs. So as I said earlier, when the Strategic Initiatives Program was introduced in 22-23 to highlight and separate the transparency around the large complex projects versus what we need to continue to deliver our municipal services responsibly with the base program. At that time, we had set out with council a financial strategy on how we should be managing our funding sources responsibly for the long term. We were looking towards sustainability at that point. Of course, what has happened since then is the post-pandemic economics that we've dealt with, really high inflation, of course, and as we've seen now, we've been dealing with that affordability crisis. So what has been done in those years since, as you can see in these two charts, the blue bars are what Council had approved as the financial strategy in 22-23. The red bars are what we've actually approved since. And certainly financial strategies need to be updated on a regular basis to meet changing trends and needs. However, what this story tells on this line is that because of the affordability plus the pressure to grow our infrastructure to meet the service gaps from the growth in the municipality, we've been basically pushing off and subsidizing the capital program with utilizing more debt than we had originally planned. So you can see the red bars under the capital renewal have gone down. We haven't been taxing as much in each fiscal year to try to minimize the increases to the tax bill. And counter to that, on the right side in the debt chart, we've been taking on much more debt than we had originally planned. So first, to circle back to the capital renewal, what we have in the budget as far as a targeted funding amount to put towards the 26-27 capital budget is $77 million. In the 22-23 strategy, what we had plotted out was that by now an increase every year of 5% would have made 26-27 a level of $122 million. So that difference in $45 million or so gap has been put toward on our debt levels instead. There's a number of industry benchmarks between Government Finance Officers of America and asset management industry globally through Australia and ISO. ISO 55000, I believe. The two benchmarks that they recommend to have a long-term sustainable investment into maintaining your infrastructure is either a couple of different methods. One of them is all of your asset renewal should be on your annual tax bill. So the smaller life cycle investments that you make, not including like your large replacements at end of life, but throughout the life cycle of an asset, that should be on your annual tax bill. And one of the terms that goes along with the capital renewal is you can call it pay as you go, because it is on your annual tax bill and matches the work that you do each year. If we did take that approach, the capital renewal bill, instead of $77 million for 26-27, it would instead be $156 million with what we have currently in the draft plan. And you can see in the next 3 years after that, presently it's much higher at the $200 and $300 million level. The other benchmark in industry that they say recommend is, whatever your depreciation expense is every year, you should be putting at least that away. If you're not spending it all, you should be at least putting it away in a reserve so that when you're ready to do life cycle maintenance, that the funds are set aside and available. We do not do that. That was a bit of the approach that was intended originally with the Central Library Reserve, as we've talked at length last year about. However, we had only done that for one asset. We hadn't done it across the entire asset infrastructure inventory. So it's something that we can look to or discuss for the future, certainly. And I just put an example there on our financial statements for 2024-25. Our depreciation expense was $165 million. So regardless of the approach we take or the various scenarios, we can see that although the tax increase is high on the bill this year and unaffordable to many people, for the work that we're putting forward on the capital plan, we are under billing on our annual taxes, and we are putting much more on the backs of tomorrow, so to speak, and taking up our debt capacity. So this next slide then switches over to dip into the debt discussion a bit more. Because we take our debt through the province, they do have guidelines around how we manage our financial health. And one of the indicators that they use primarily on the debt is the debt service ratio, which essentially takes a look at what we have for total outstanding debt and against how much our debt payment is every year. Currently, at the end, our actuals for 25-26, our debt service ratio is in low risk financial health at about 4%, which is very good. And you can see, in past years leading up, we've hovered around 4 or 5%. We've always been very healthy in the green zone. Where we are right now, however, though, you can you maybe can't see, certainly from the screen, our total outstanding debt from past projects and years where we're still paying mostly 10-year debt at this point, we have $236 million that we have to pay down. Reasonably low number. There is currently $419 million from previous budget years where projects are still being completed. So we haven't taken that debt on, but we're committed because we've taken we've approved the projects and the work is being presently done. That combined brings us obviously up to over $600 million. It still leaves us in the green as far as financial health. However, additionally to that, there are some projects that we've started to spend that would be in the $400 million. We only add to our temporary borrowing resolution, which is essentially an in-principle approval from the province that, yes, we can take that debt in the future when the project's complete. What isn't included in that $419 million are the future year budgets for projects already in progress. So say, for example, Cogswell, we have $3.5 million remaining on that project in 26-27 and 27-28 budget that hasn't been actioned yet in new budgets. That would not be on the TBR. We only add to the TBR once we approve each new year of cash flow. So there would be another $3.5 million that essentially we're committed to, but isn't represented in those numbers yet. If you look at all the projects that are in that position. So we've got some of the project that would be on the TBR, but there's future budgets that we're committed to because the project's in progress. The additional money would put us at that 10% in 2031-32. So essentially projects that you've already committed to and are at some point of progress, we are at the point of moderate risk financial health. If you approved the full 4-year plan today, as it stands, years 2, 3, and 4 are above in excess of what we would, the funding targets say that we have for 26-27. If we approved all of that, you would be at the upper end, hovering between the moderate and red risk. So we are at a point where we've used extra debt capacity to keep our tax bills lower. But in doing that, we have really started to restrict ourselves with not a lot of capacity for moving forward in the next few years. So moving on to years 2, 3, and 4, which are 2027, 28 to 2029, 30. How we've done it this year, different from other years, mostly in light of the November 19th Budget Committee motion from Councillor Purdy, is we've gone ahead and staff have built years 2, 3, and 4, not balancing to any financial targets, but to in response to council's direction. So direction around service levels, programs, strategic plans, what have you, the infrastructure that's going to be required to deliver those response times or frequencies or capacity. That's what years 2, 3, and 4 are built to. Those 3 years in excess of the financial targets that we currently have set for 26-27, the excess is about $900 million. So we have some hard decisions to make on how we want to approach this going forward. The current trajectory, as I had said, puts us into the high risk level of financial health as far as the provincial targets. With the 4-year plan. The desired pace of growth really isn't possible without significantly increasing the taxes from where they are today. And I think it's really when we talk about affordability trade-offs, there is not really going through the list of projects, which I'm sure you might have had the chance to do since receiving the book last week. If you go through project by project, the fact that they've made it through this far of the vetting process, there's no project on this list that I think we can all agree that isn't worthy to be on the list. They're all very important projects for the services that they deliver. It's not about that. I think what we have to take a look at is the pace of implementation. We've been fortunate up until now where we've been able to implement at the pace that we desired. We are now at a place where, because of the affordability concerns and our funding levels wanting to maintain them at a certain level, we can't, and are bumping up against our debt capacity, where we'll probably have to rethink our expectations on how quickly we are going to be able to expand and meet the service growth while remaining responsible with our stewardship to what we currently own. To try to help with this review for us to take a look at years 2, 3, and 4. In the attachments to the report for this session are a couple of different views around the 4-year plan content. Attachment 3 are the priority ratings that project managers have evaluated as we've gone through the budget to vet what gets makes the cut of the plan that you see in front of you, as well as the timing. So a couple of notes on it. They're relative comparisons only. So as we've talked about in previous council sessions, they're not calculations that give clear winners and losers. They're relative comparisons. When you take a look at the risk ratings, they're evaluated as what is the risk of not doing the project. And that's that perspective. And then the column that is capacity to deliver, that is more of a gating assessment, a project readiness. So certainly we would not want to take a project that is saying that is conceptual and have that in 26, 27. As I mentioned before, we do not want to we sometimes call them placeholders, but we don't want to put a project forward and approve money for a project if it's not going to be ready to deliver in that year. How we try to align taxes, funding, project is on a cash flow basis. So the numbers that you see in each of the fiscal years are the estimated money that's expected to be spent in each of those years. In attachment 4, based on Budget Committee's direction, we tried to provide an assessment of previous council direction to that put these projects forward on the list. Which ones are not yet operationalized that you can make changes on or reconsider. So the projects that are listed in progress, generally they're projects that have moved on from planning and design stage. They have contracts in place, and quite honestly, to stop them or cancel them, you would be incurring probably more money to stop them. So we would recommend you don't touch those projects. The projects that say can be stopped are projects that are either not started at all, they're still in high-level planning, or they're in more detailed planning and design phase. However, they're not in a place that, say, the shovel is in the ground yet, so to speak. Those two categories are for our discrete projects, which are the projects that have usually one main focused asset or a few focused assets and have a definitive start and end date to the project. The remaining projects on the list are what we call our ongoing programs, which are generally some form of work activity that we do across the full asset inventory group. So street recapitalization is, we remediate a number of various road segments across our inventory. So those, all of those ongoing programs have various categories listed about. You can revise. We're always going to have each of those programs for the most part. However, you can adjust the lever, so to speak. So those are the ones that you can adjust the pace. We might be, for example, and going back to street recapitalization, we have had council direction both in 22 and 24 around levels of service, around how much money would be needed to invest to maintain a certain road condition or PQI. 2022, council had approved a 67% good PQI. Those numbers were being challenged to being able to be delivered, both due to complete streets, traffic calming, additional challenges, and then the funding levels that were planned being cut back. So in 2024, staff came back and asked for council to approve 60% good condition overall, and the estimated investments that were going to be needed to invest each year after that. I believe last year and this year, from the 2024 estimates, that budget's been about 10 million less than the original plan as it is. But for example, that is a program that, as far as saying you can revise the level of investment, how quickly we are investing and delivering and implementing, higher or lower, what have you. But that's what those programs can do. So this table highlights just at the high level what the current numbers are, the totals. I haven't broken this one out in asset category. Just super high level between the base capital program and the strategic initiatives program. You can see that the total for each year, whereas in the past 3 years, the other budget slide we were looking at was levels around 300 million. The next 3 years are looking double as that, double to that. And what I can tell you is when we've estimated out the 10-year capital plan, each year between year 2 and 10 are all at this same level within the 600 million. So again, going back to how that breaks down to what we've been taxing, what we've been taking on for debt, and what funding levels are available to us, where our comfort level is for affordability. This is why the message is we have to look at some trade-offs as far as slowing. If we want to continue with all of the plans that council has approved in the past, we will have to achieve affordability on a practical level. We need to slow down our expectations on how quickly we can deliver. So you can see on this slide, again, the base program, it continues to be within council's directive between 60 and 80% asset renewal versus service growth. However, the service or the strategic initiative program, because they're large transformative city building growth projects, the ratio on service growth is higher at 77. And the total between the two for the unfunded lines is the 900 million that I had talked about on the previous slide. The other thing to note with the strategic initiative program and the existing funding gap that we have already in here is that on your direction, staff have been proceeding with trying to secure external cost sharing for projects that aren't currently in this 3-year window. So the Burnside Transit Center rebuild program, expansion buses to accompany that, as well as BRT. None of those project numbers are in this 3-year window. And certainly if we receive cost sharing, there is a portion that the municipality will still need to pay for on those projects, and that if those get approved, those projects could begin sooner. So that would only add to both these dollars and increase the funding gap that we currently have. So that is another consideration that needs to be considered. So in addition to attachment 3 and 4, just a few pieces. The cost sharing agreements, I just explained that. Typically, of course, when we sign an agreement, there is an expectation of a project completion deadline that we work with. Otherwise, there's always the risk that we lose that contribution from the other party. Typically, the other orders of government. However, we've been fortunate since the pandemic where everyone's been in a bit of the same boat with delays and cost escalations, that agreements have been approved for delays in delivery. Private business alternatives is just a point of, with the concerns and the gaps, service gaps and infrastructure gaps that we have in the municipality, just a reminder that there are private businesses that can fill the gaps, that it sometimes the possibility is, or the potential is, that we look to private business to pick up and fill those gaps instead of having them added to our tax bills. Total cost of new ownership, a reminder that whenever we do add, when we're talking about those growth assets for increasing our infrastructure for expanded and new services, a reminder that every time we add a new asset to our inventory, that upfront construction or purchase cost is only 20 to 25% of the total life cycle cost that it is for taking on that new asset. And years ago, there used to be the saying, I believe, from one of our former CAOs that said every time we add a new FTE, it's a 20-year commitment. Similar thing with a new piece of infrastructure. We are making a long-term commitment, and that commitment comes with another 75 to 80% of costs down the road. And where it's always positive to get external cost sharing for the upfront construction of a new or purchase of a new asset, typically provincial and federal funding programs are typically only for new assets for economic stimulus, and municipal taxes and funds need to not only operate it but maintain it and replace it in the future. When you look to make motions for changing projects in years 2, 3, and 4, a reminder that we've learned in previous years, it's good not to make a decision today in the moment, because there are a number of implications to making a change to projects that we might not be aware of. There are a number of projects that are highly interdependent with other projects, timing, sequencing, partnerships, so that motions will be put to the ballot debate. And again, goes along a bit with cost sharing agreements. For all of the projects, I believe in one of the attachments, it lists which projects do require land acquisition for the project to move forward. Whenever we're looking for external cost sharing, land is never one of the project costs that are eligible for cost sharing. So land will always be a municipal cost on our own to bear. We've talked about SI projects already. The debt-funded projects, just an estimate right now with, HRM receives very good interest rates through the province. We are very fortunate that way to leverage their debt financing ability. Even so, with the terms, we take either 10 or 20-year debt to align the debt life with the asset life. We are not allowed to take a debt repayment term that is longer than the asset life. That interest cost, when you look at it in totality for the entire debt repayment schedule term, for 10 to 20 years, that additional cost is 30 to 40%. So earlier, when we looked at 26, 27, we were going to be looking at $97 million worth of new project costs that were going to be debt funded. Add 30 to 40% to that, and that is what in the future we will be paying as debt repayments, debt servicing, the benefit for delaying payment. And then just in practicality of deferring regular life cycle maintenance, I know I've given examples in the past. Not only does, as we defer maintenance and not do it at the recommended time, similarly to, you know, your personal vehicle, if you're not taking it in for your regular oil changes, if you leave it until there's failure, there's not only the disruption and inconvenience of having your asset out of service, but it is going to cost you more if you do not proactively and preventatively keep it maintained. So that not only takes up more of your staffing capacity to deal with any failures, it also steals away your financial capacity from utilizing those finances towards the growth that we want to do. So next steps, obviously what we have in front of you today really is asking only for you to approve the 26-27 budget that's in front of you. For years 2, 3, and 4, we recognize that there's more of a conversation to be had around that and how you may wish to proceed with that, whether it's adjusting the rate of implementation for programs, making changes to specific projects, or changing the funding levels. Staff would appreciate some guidance on where we should set our funding targets for years 2, 3, and 4 also. Should we keep them in line with where we're at in 26, 27, or do we wish to adjust them? And coming out of this week's debate, staff will return and revise years 2, 3, and 4 based on your direction, and we will return in March around the BAL debate and provide you with an updated years 2, 3, and 4 to approve in principle. And why that's important is, although the charter only provides budget committee and council to approve 1 year of spending at a time, your in-principle approval provides staff and industry with a guidance that this is essentially the list of projects and the work that you approve, that you are happy that staff continue to plan for, ramp up, engage, do consultation on, so that when it is time for year 1 authority to spend, we are ready to move forward. It also helps, excuse me, with the moving forward with more efficient and timely procurement. Okay. And with that snap, I think I am done. As always, my colleagues are here with me in the gallery for your project-specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Crystal. So our first speaker on the list is Councillor Cleary.
you want me to put the motion on the floor?
Sure.
So I'll move that the Committee of the Whole on Budget recommend Halifax Regional Council to 1, approve the schedule of 26-27 capital budget as per attachment 1 of the staff report dated January 22nd, 2026. 2, approve the schedule of 26-27 capital reserve withdrawals as per attachment 2 of the staff report dated January 22, 2026. And 3, return to Budget Committee for the budget adjustment list deliberation with a capital plan for the years 27, 28, 29, 30 to be approved in principle, funded within committee's direction on debt limits, as well as 26-27 multi-year capital project schedule.
Seconded by Councillor Cuddle,
Thank you. So
Deputy Mayor Cuddle, sorry.
I'm going to just start with kind of a framing for, I mean, most of everyone in this chamber knows, but for any member of the public or media watching, just a reminder that municipalities only collect about 11% of all taxes in Canada. And we are responsible for 60% of all public infrastructure. And as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has called it, it's an outdated model. I will add it's an obviously unsustainable model. And so we're hamstrung from the get-go when we're looking at all these infrastructure and asset renewal projects and new infrastructure. And then you add to that that the way council has been spending and taxing, regularly pulling from reserves, keeping our tax bills relatively low compared to our needs, we're, as Ms. Nowlan pointed out, approaching a debt ceiling where we really won't be able to borrow beyond that amount. So I absolutely think and agree that we need to start moving towards more of a pay-as-you-go type system for the bulk of our capital spending. If we want to be financially sustainable. That is going to be a difficult transition from where we are now to get to where we should be over the next number of years. And so we need a complete paradigm shift when it comes to our capital spending. Rather than, spending money on standalone assets, whether they're rec centers or whatever you have, maybe we need to partner, work with the schools better and get more access to schools. We have terrible access to a lot of our HRCE assets, even though we're supposed to have decent access to a lot of them. And if we can get access to program space, then we don't have to build it ourselves. We can maybe rent it or work with them in partnership. We should be using our current land and our current buildings to add residential or commercial components to them, and maybe even work with private partners or sell some or have long-term leases so that we generate revenue from some of the capital assets that we have, which we don't do very much of. Even thinking and rethinking things like policing services and a new headquarters. We talked for years about a new police HQ in the capital plan. Maybe we move to more of a precinct style system that New York has, where we have satellite offices in West and East Zone, and those divisional commanders are responsible for, maybe they have even small cells and other things in there so that we don't need such a huge HQ. Maybe Gottingen could be renovated, maybe it could be smaller. But my fear is, and we talk about congestion all the time, is if you're trying to respond in West or East and you're coming from downtown, on a day like today, it's like, yeah, I'll be there in 35 minutes. That's probably not a good response time, I would think, for police. And so, for me, there is no sacred cow. I think everything's got to be on the table. We're at that point in our capital discussions. And we'll get to operations, obviously, when we start looking at those business units as they come forward. But I also think we need to rethink our services, service levels, restrictions on growth, use of technology to be more effective, more efficient, all those things. But I want to go back, Ms. Allen, to one of the first slides you had up, which was the state of our infrastructure, the percent of assets in good or very good condition. Just curious if you know the answer, or you could call a friend, because there's obviously a lot of differences between these. Are these based on age? Like if you're in the transit fleet, for example, is it just because you're old, you're considered not in very good condition? Or is for each of them probably different, but a list of criteria, like it's got to meet, this checkbox, box checked off to say, yeah, that's in poor condition, good condition, very good, etc. Because when I look at this, it paints a picture, but I don't know what picture it's painting when we're saying, because I look at this, it's like transit fleet less than 10% good or very good. It's like, holy crap, that's crisis. Like, what are we doing? I know we're getting more articulated buses, we're getting other buses, but that seems like, wow, that's incredible. Is that simply age? Because I'm suspecting most of these are still on the road. We get the KPI reports every quarter to TSC, which say how many miles or kilometers we have between failures and service calls and that sort of thing. So bridges, that's also concerning. 40-ish% of bridges are not in good or very good condition. I'm like, should I drive over bridges in Halifax now? So how do I interpret this? What are the criteria that we're talking about here?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. Certainly, the picture being painted is purely just the overall trend story that it's showing. We do have to not take our eye off the importance of maintaining what we currently own. Great opportunity to qualify some of the items that are on there. We can't quantify specifically. Certainly, our roads are the furthest advanced in our asset management processes. The others are through inspection. Transit fleet, as you can see, the numbers on the bottom are showing 24, 25. The 60 electric buses that we've ordered we're coming online in 25, 26. So if we did this update again for next year, we're reflecting, the 25, 26 numbers. Transit fleet will come back up because of those 60 buses now being online, and replacement of conventional buses. That project is now back in the 4-year plan to continue on, where we used to have it as an annual program. I think the last time we had it was 21, 22 before we purchased the electric buses. Fire apparatus is a similar dynamic. There was a delay with procuring and delivering because of supply chain issues that we had after the pandemic. That one will be coming back up in 25, 26. I can't speak specifically to the bridges, but the others, as I mentioned, you had asked about what's it based on, inspection.
Okay, I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I'm surprised I'm not seeing, oh, okay. I was going to say I don't see any names on the list. Councillor Morse, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Crystal, for the presentation. Could you give us some examples of major projects that would be included in your calculation of the high-risk category in the 2030s? So which types of projects are we talking about that tip us over into that high risk?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor. Thanks so much for the question. So they would be projects that say in the attachment 4, where we have the different categories, the ones that say in progress, those would be the ones that would be, I suppose that you don't see the funding behind all of them. I do. There's a column in there that shows which projects are debt funded. So the projects in attachment 4 that say in progress and are debt funded, those would be ones that we will be taking debentures on in future years that would add to the existing 200 million outstanding plus the 419 that's on our temporary borrowing resolution.
Right. So just so we're all on the same page, could you give us some of those major projects?
Thank you. So through the chair to the councillor, let's see. Halifax North Memorial Library, Sheet Harbor Fire Station, Cole Harbor Recreation renovations, structural, fire training prop. Let's see. Dartmouth Infrastructure Renewal, Halifax Fire Headquarters, Lockview High School All-Weather Field, BLT Recreation Center, Halifax Common Pool, the Sheet Harbor Rec Center, Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center, St. Mary's Boat Club, Ross Road realignment.
Okay. So these are things with a long, like the debt is factored over a long period of time.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation, terrifying though it is. I'm wondering if you can help me understand how we reconcile what our future looks like in terms of debt and our capacity to pay it vis-a-vis the fact that we're a growing population. I mean, I think that we've already heard that growth doesn't pay for growth, but what does this look like long term in terms of our ability to service our debt? So if I'm thinking we're looking at like a 10-year projection. So if I were to look at roughly 2035, do we have a good estimate of what we can expect revenues to look like? Obviously, that can only go so far because it is tied to the cost of real estate, but are we thinking about what population differences might look like in terms of our ability to pay this off?
Through the chair to Councillor, thanks for the question. Certainly, we do project out, and we use the estimates that are given to us. As we mentioned at the first, about Stats Canada is now saying our population growth perhaps they are projecting that it's leveling off for us for right now. We certainly will have more population paying taxes, I think, and certainly with our debt, where we've had 10-year debt mostly in the past, that will be paid off more quickly, and as that is paid off, it creates capacity in our debt limit that we can add more on. So it's the timing around that balance where it comes through. It really is about the pace at what our expectations are to match the growth that we've had right now, where there was such fast growth in population ahead of what we expected from the 2014 regional plan. If we met those population growth targets 8 years ahead of where we expected, we need at least 8 years to catch up with the changes to service. We can't all expect to have them done in 2, 3, 5 years.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Crystal, for this. It's a lot. So thanks to you and your team for putting it all together. So, okay, so just a question actually on the debt repayment. A few years ago, because of affordability, people weren't able to, afford a 25-year mortgage. So the banks kind of released that regulation and made longer 30-year repayment options. Is that an option with the provincial debt? Has that been looked into, or would that not really solve a problem, but just prolong the inevitable anyway? Our strategic initiatives, I've never really been a big supporter of our big strategic initiatives, and I've always been quite vocal about that in our budget sessions. It's costing us an arm and a leg. Trade-offs. One of the things you said, maybe instead of eliminating projects, we can disrupt the pace in which they are built. And one of the big strategic initiatives that's costing us a lot of money is our BRT plans with the land acquisitions, the corridor redesigns, and like everything. And I'm just wondering what what the benefit is of us continuing along this pathway when it's been piecemealed so far and really not all that effective or successful. And the province has their Link Nova Scotia regional transportation plan that they are working through, which they have identified as that. I'm just wondering, is it possible to, I don't know, put something on the floor to ask the province to take the lead on that so that our capital budget isn't so tied up in that particular work right now? If we're kind of doing it with our right hand and the province is trying to figure out something with the left hand, just wouldn't that make more sense to kind of put it all together in one basket? How much time do I have? Okay. I have so many things I want to bring forward. Maybe I'll just leave that one first and bring them forward one by one if no one else is going to speak. I've got a lot. Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair to you, Councillor. Great question. So in regards to the term length of debenture repayment, the process with the province is initial debt terms, we can only take out 20-year debentures. However, we do have the option to refinance after that point. The method that we would follow, we wouldn't want, or through that process with the province, with the refinancing, we wouldn't want to do it regularly. The cost of interest goes up that much higher beyond the 40% additional cost. And when we look at cost versus benefit of further delaying, it's really prohibitive. And from a financial perspective, it's not desirable. We always keep that option open, however, in case there comes a time when we might choose to do that.
Okay. Perfect.
It does remain, though, on our overall capacity, so it doesn't release capacity for new debt to come on as well.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I'll hand it over to Dave for BRT.
Thank you. Good morning. Dave Riggi, Executive Director, Strategic Infrastructure and Transportation Planning. Through the chair to the committee, just to try to unpack the BRT questions, really two pieces there, I think. On the actual project itself, we do work very closely hand in hand with Link Nova Scotia. It is, with the federal funding programs work, the application for that would actually come from the province because it is the greater metro region, not just Halifax, but also the surrounding area. So, those conversations are very active. And when we have more information on what is possible there around funding, we will be back to council with that. On the land acquisition side of things, I guess, the one thing I would say, especially on the corridors where we're actively buying land right now, Robie Street is one example. There are legislative limits on how long we can take to do that. Those are largely purchased through a transportation reserve, which does have a time limit. And the challenge as well with putting off acquiring corridors is if you put off acquiring them too long, they will be gone, and then you will never be able to acquire them. So that's the urgency on some of those existing corridors.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. You'll be coming back. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for this presentation. Sometimes I think we need reminders of these things throughout the year and not just in January. Part of the challenge, I think, on this side is that we, again, discuss projects in silos and we look at the incremental cost to the tax bill without having a fulsome picture. And part of that, I think, is, our fault around the council chamber, but also in staff reports, when we get things that say no financial implications or, the risk isn't really spelled out. in terms of looking at it through the lens of a budgeting and fiscal sustainability lens. Things are looked at from, again, that very small silo, and whether that's and we approve a lot of things based on assumptions that other things are going to happen, BRT being one of them, which is why I think it's so critical that, that remain a priority. But to, some of the points that Councillor Cleary raised, BRT and many other projects, we can't do those alone. Those are major infrastructure projects that we need support from provincial and federal government to realize, because our tax system was not designed to finance and fund such major things. So, this is just more of a comment about, how discussions take place when projects are brought forward, and really being better able at the decision-making point to assess the long-term implications of a project. We have the upfront cost and we approve things, but we don't really have a full calculation of the asset renewal costs down the road, of the operational costs down the road. And I think if, we are to collectively start making better decisions, which, it's an imperative, not just for the taxpayers, but, as was pointed out, for our industry partners, for our departments and our staffing levels, like we need to do a better job of that from the get-go. And I have seen improvements since I've been on council in the past 5 years in how we do that, but I think we can still do a better job. I guess my question would be about, what points could we put into our process where council has an opportunity to really understand the criteria and the framework used to prioritize projects as we go through, so we don't end up with this massive kind of bulk of projects that doesn't have a larger context around it. I don't know what the answer to that is right now, or if anyone has any ideas, but this presentation is certainly a wake-up call that we need to start doing things different on the decision-making end, as well as in the information sharing, on the information sharing side. One thing that you did talk about that I think is a good idea, and it has to do with the library reserve, right? I mean, we can't be dipping into our reserves to artificially keep costs down that only come and bite us in the butt again the next year. That reserve strategy is critically important. And we talked to I think you mentioned the idea of looking at an asset renewal reserve that wouldn't just be specific to the library, but would potentially look at more, a broader pool of assets. Could you just speak a little bit more about that? And is that something that you're going to need direction from council on? Is that something staff is working on already in terms of presenting an option to council on? Where are we with that? Because that seems to be a critical component of our future fiscal management.
All right, through the chair to you, the councillor, thanks for the question. So on the life cycle impacts when we bring on a new asset, looking for more information on, what it's going to cost. First off, there is just that industry benchmark or concept saying that when you bring on an asset, the original upfront cost is only 20 to 25% of the total cost of ownership. So there's that kind of guidance initially too. On your each project detail sheet in the budget book in front of you, there's also an item near the bottom of each page for new assets that's called operating cost of new capital. We often use the acronym OCC. So typically when we bring on new assets, say if we do bus expansion, we need new drivers, there's going to be increased fuel, maintenance, what have you. Staff will list out the estimates of what increases to the operating budget that we'll need to incur when that asset is brought into operation. So you can look at some of those project detail sheets for what the operating cost of new capital will be when it's put into operation. There will be estimates there. Generally, as I said, the 75 to 80% is a bit of a rough estimate guideline for total cost of ownership. Every year in the capital plan, as we know with the 60 to 80% of renewal, there will be just an assumption that our current inventory will need life cycle maintenance. Typically when there's a large new asset or new plan coming forward for services or something from planning and development, our future service communities, things like that, there are business cases and plans that come forward to council. The police headquarters, the forum, those come forward as a business case. BRT, they come forward as a business case to council. So those are presented to council individually. I do recognize what you're saying as far as they do come forward piecemeal, and then when you get the budget, it's a bit overwhelming. But there typically is always advance reports and information coming forward to council before there's the whole budget that gets updated every year. And that's another benefit of showing a longer term 4-year plan. You'll see what the anticipated work is over the next 3 years beyond just year one. The longer line of sight helps understand what the bigger breadth of need and delivery is going to be. For the priority ratings, we have gone through how that approach happens in the past. Happy to do that again for council if you so wish. And as far as the reserve for setting aside renewal funding, it's not something that we're asking specifically for today. We're asking more and wanted to highlight that there's different methods for approaching ensuring that we have sufficient funds set aside each year going forward to be able to have that stewardship and responsibility to make sure we're investing enough every year in our existing inventory. That's only one financial strategy that we can take forward if that's desired. Regardless, one way or another, what we've demonstrated is we've used our debt capacity a lot for renewal work, and we should have capital renewal at a higher level.
Right. It's both the financing and the renewal costs that I think need to be more explicit in our consideration in our reports. Thank you.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I'm tempted to ask the question, is there any good news? But I won't. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a kind of a global question, and then just a question to help me understand one of the tables. I'm curious, with our rising debt and our inability or the fact that we have chosen not to adopt a pay-as-you-go policy in the past. I'm wondering, how do we benchmark with other municipalities in this respect? I think my understanding is HRM suffers, unlike other large municipalities, we don't receive the same amount of funding from other sources other than property taxes, but maybe you can speak to that. And I do have another question just about attachment 3 and the risk rating, the priority rating, and the alignment. The question about low alignment, low strategic alignment, but yet some of these are proposed and going forward. Maybe you can just kind of walk me through I know you referenced it in your presentation, but we passed through that very quickly so I can better understand this table. But the overall benchmarking would help me understand, how serious is our situation. It sounds very dire, and we have to make some really important decisions about the future in terms of perhaps slowing some of our priority projects. But I'd like the benchmarking comments first, please.
Sure, through the chair to the councillor. Thanks for the question. I'm unable at the moment to give you benchmarking against other specific cities. I can tell you that in general, as I mentioned on the slide where I said there's different options going forward, either pay as you go for renewal, or the depreciation target to be either investing every year or at least collecting and putting aside for when the work needs to be done. It's an asset management practice, and many municipalities are trying to work towards having those practices in place. There's certainly cities that are doing it now better than others. I don't think I would say we're in a dire situation. I would phrase it more, we're in a cautionary point. We're certainly, on a positive side, we're very attentive and eager and responsive to the community and to what we're seeing with our services. And I believe that it's just, from a responsible stewardship perspective, it's just the time where we need to stop and take a look and recognize we can't do everything right now, that there needs to be some trade-offs.
Okay, and what about attachment 3 in
Right.
terms of the prioritization ratings?
So there are some decision matrices that are behind each of those categories that certainly provides definitions. We look at it both on impact and likelihood of things happening, how much of an impact and what is the likelihood, to come up with each of those actual ratings. Strategic alignment, we went through and put weightings against them during the December 9th budget committee based on your direction about which of the strategic priorities you would want more weighting around. What staff do is take a look at the deliverables of each project and look at what is going to be the impact. How much will this project further the goals of this priority area? Impact to service, it was a very good goal or practice to put into place from an asset management perspective, to take some of the subjectivity out of the conversation. In years past, before we had this process in place, it was always hard, say, for example, to distribute money between, say, IT infrastructure and police equipment. It's a hard discussion to have. However, with this process on impact to service, each service stream has its own definitions for what is the impact to your service. So each project is assessed on how much that project deliverable will impact that specific service. And then from a risk perspective, we, as you can see where it says highest risk area, the the risk of not doing the project might hit several areas because we can't list them all. Excuse me. We do list the highest one that's impacted. So again, we look at both likelihood and level of impact.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you, staff, for detailed presentation. Although, as noted, not a lot of good news. Mainly, I got a process question. I have some specifics, but I might have to come back for that. You referenced, like, for the out years, you'd be looking for some sort of feedback, direction from us as to where we go, whether that's changing pacing of projects or, I imagine there's going to be some discussion of specific projects too today. I'm just wondering, how did you guys kind of how should we go about this? Because I think just kind of putting the ball here in council without some kind of facilitating of, a broader sort of discussion, we're probably not going to have a very good result because none of us are experts and are all trying to grapple with, what is a very massive kind of operation. So, I almost feel like we're missing some sort of broader kind of workshop that I don't know if it fits into this sort of format or not. I'm just wondering, did you give thought as to what it is exactly you want from us in terms of direction? What would actually be helpful looking at these couple of years? Is it a bun fight over specific projects? Is it something more general that you would come back to us with? I just don't know how to proceed from here.
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes. Certainly where all the projects that are in the plan have originated from council's approval and direction in the past to move forward with services or programs or what have you, I think moving forward, there's some larger groupings that we can take a look at. Certainly, taking a look at, I would start with, your strategic initiatives and your growth projects. Which ones perhaps, or by, the bucket itself, would you be comfortable with tailoring the timing of some of those so that we are moving at a slower pace of implementation? That would be one consideration I think should be looked at. Some of the programs, I know road safety is always a hot button issue, but we have been investing very highly in road safety. That is a program that we could look at tailoring back and investing lower amounts every year from the pace of accepting that we're not, although we want to implement and see the program expand and move more quickly, when we take a look at how much we're willing to increase taxes, there's the trade-off. We either raise taxes or we implement at the pace that we'd like to see it implemented. Again, from other services, you could look at the service stream. How quickly do you want to meet, say, fire response times, transit, from both their condition and the number of buses that we're purchasing? How do you want that program to be working, as far as, do you want to put the focus more on reliability, so investing in maintenance and replacement, or do you want more buses on the road to have more frequent pickups and stops, and therefore we need to buy more buses? That sort of dynamic, it's really taking a look at circling back to your service expectations and some of the individual programs that are in place. I don't.
Crystal, Jerry
I
also
feel like
has some
Jerry's
comments to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. So, good question. I know it's a lot of information, but, in bringing forward a capital plan, as I said before, we looked at council. You are like the executive board of directors of a corporation. We try to put the information to you in a format that you can study it and you can make, strategic decisions and direction to staff. So in terms of what we're looking for today, year one, we have that balanced. If you're good with year one, certainly you can give direction on that. And the reserve withdrawals and the funding buckets to move forward with year one, and those projects continue on in flight. We do have to come back, with to try to get years 2 to 4 balance within our debt capacity limits. That is going to be a challenge because, like Crystal said, nobody's disputing the merits of any of these projects, none. But I think I can see there's a sobering sort of somber in the chambers today that we've been talking about the debt. We call it the debt whale. It's coming forward, and it's certainly, I can think it resonating with staff as well, right? That this is coming. It's going to create, we've put in front of council the next 4 years. You're looking at 8, 9, 10% easy. Just like that's coming, and that financing is factored in there. So, what we need to do is start we can't look at projects as one by one anymore. Like they all have merits. We got to start looking at the strategies. Right? Are we going to continue to advance, on IMP? There's a bunch of multimodal quarters in there, things like that. A lot of dollars, a lot of money. Halifax, are we going to do all of Halifax? Crystal mentioned road safety. Those are sort of, we need to look at, I guess, sort of some of the strategies. And, BRT, it's not in these numbers, and it's a massive number. So, for council, what staff is going to really need is, if you want to do BRT, we got to start making some sort of decisions now. And I know that's a ways off, and not to speak for the province, but they got their own financial issues that they're trying to deal with and wrestle, to the ground now. Everybody's sort of tapped on that front. So that's the challenge that's in front of us is trying to balance all these great projects to address growth and build the great city that we live in. But, do we need, to slow the roll a little bit and take the foot off the pedal and really start to prioritize these in a more strategic manner that fits our debt capacity and fits what, staff can deliver and what the industry can deliver. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, you'll come back. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to give colleagues something to chew on over the lunch break, I think, here. So I hope you're hungry. Colleagues, as I review the capital budget, like you, I've got some very serious concern. And while the current 26-27 capital budget that's before us is balanced at $304 million, the remaining 3 years of the 4-year plan exceed available funding by $1.2 billion. And I believe that gap reflects a pretty clear mismatch between council's expectations and what the municipality can realistically afford, which requires us to scrutinize the capital budget before us. And I'm going to talk about the Halifax Forum project right now. The escalating cost of the Forum redevelopment is extremely concerning. The Forum is absolutely part of our shared heritage, but our responsibility is not only to honor the past, it's to meet the standards of today and to be the city that to meet the city that we're becoming. And as Prime Minister Carney said recently, nostalgia is not a strategy. The Forum is nearing the end of its practical life as a modern recreational facility. It no longer meets the accessibility, the sustainability, or the capacity standards that we need it to. And spending $126 million and growing on a 2-pad ice facility simply does not reflect our financial reality or residents' needs. For perspective, Dalhousie University's new rink 1-pad is estimated at $36.5 million. HRM's 4-pad arena was built in 2017 for $43 million, and a private sector builder with significant rink experience has advised that a high-quality 2-pad facility can be built for $40 to $45 million, depending on location and amenities. The cost gap here is just impossible to ignore. We also need to be honest about how we got here. In the 2012 long-term arena strategy, staff recommended consolidating aging arenas into a new multi-pad facility. And in 2014, Council had the opportunity to partner with Canadian Forces Base Halifax on a 4-pad arena at Windsor Park, estimated at $15.8 million, supported by $18 to $30 million in land sales, and operational by 2017. And today, I must say, it's very painful to grapple with the fact that the council of the day chose not to proceed. The result is a proposal that is ballooned to nearly $130 million and would lock taxpayers into decades of debt servicing costs. We must ask ourselves and be honest with our residents whether this represents value for money. Every dollar we commit to debt servicing is a dollar not spent on core services. More debt means less service. That's the trade-off. Last year, debt servicing costs taxpayers $44 million. Staff estimate it could rise to $89 million by 2028. It's not a sustainable trajectory, as slide 14 illustrates. It also means that debt servicing will have doubled on our watch in this 4-year council term, which should give us all pause. This matters because residents are already under strain. More than 1 in 10 live below the poverty line. 1 in 3 are food insecure. Food bank use has increased by 10% last year. Average house prices are now far beyond what a typical household can afford. Many residents are barely getting by. The municipality must rein in spending just as they are. So for these reasons, I'm proposing that we defer the Forum development. And once deferred, I intend to bring a motion to council requesting that staff explore alternative lower cost sites for a 2 or 3-pad arena on the peninsula, and that we pursue a facility that reflects our financial reality. This approach will also ensure the underutilized Forum lands are used more effectively, leveraging their value to pay for ice elsewhere, and removing a significant complication to the comprehensive and cohesive redevelopment of the young Roby Almond Windsor Superblock. This is not about abandoning the Forum's legacy. The legacy is secure. This is about ensuring that the next generation has access to modern, affordable, and sustainable recreation without burdening them with unnecessary debt. And to close, colleagues, this is a moment for discipline, not for sentiment. If we choose nostalgia for the Forum over affordability today, we will be asking tomorrow's taxpayers to pay for our reluctance to make a harder but wiser decision. So I urge you to support the following BAL under motion. That the motion be amended to include a new section that reads as follows. Direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a briefing note on deferring project CB 190013 PR Forum redevelopment as an under budget item for consideration on the 2026-27 budget adjustment list.
Seconded, I believe, by Councillor Hensby. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have another 3 minutes.
Thanks, and just to finish, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to be clear that this is only a request for an item on the BAL. So we have complete information in front of us when we get to the BAL debate. My intention is simply to ensure that we make the best possible decisions by relying on the most up-to-date, accurate, and relevant evidence, particularly regarding options that could yield significant cost savings. And if colleagues are wondering why it's only a deferral at this point, it's because that's all that's in the power of the budget committee to do. So this will stop, this will prevent further spending on the project until we can get to council to make a more serious long-term decision. So I look forward to your feedback, look forward to the debate when we get to it and your collaboration, so that when the time comes, we have an option that preserves ice time for residents while keeping it at a realistic and affordable level for basic community recreation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, Krista, if we want to just reset the speakers list. Are there any speakers to the amendment? And there is. We have 9 minutes before lunch, so we'll go to Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always in favor of more information, and that's fine. The forum is an 8-acre site, and if you're looking for 8 acres on the peninsula, and the PVSC assessment is about $24.5 million, which, given its municipal use, obviously if it was a rezone for something else, it'd be worth a lot more than that. I'm just skeptical that you'll find another 8-acre site or something similar on the peninsula for less than what we would get for selling it. So anyway, like I say, I'm always in favor of more information. Love to see something come back that would indicate that. The forum provides a number of services. It's not just a community rink. And so in whatever briefing note, if it passes and comes back, clearly we're going to have to look at what are the losses that we have from only having a community rink and no longer an event space or an arena space. Even in the current iteration of the plan, we're looking at reduced seating in there as well. So anyway, I'm still mulling it over, but I'm skeptical of the financial transaction that would actually make us better off than worse off. But like I say, more information is always better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. In Toronto, the kind of big criticism of their kind of the perpetual municipal chestnut there is transit planning, right? We're building a subway, we're not building a subway. We're building an LRT, we're not building an LRT. We built one, it took 10 years and moves slower than someone like on a brisk jog. It can't seem to get anything right, and it just goes on forever because it keeps getting relitigated over and over. Everyone comes in, thinks, I've got the solution. Everyone else who came before, they were all the wrong decisions, and so now I'm going to fix it. And you end up derailing the entire project over and over and over again. We don't have a subway, we don't have an LRT, but we have the forum, and that is very much what we have continued to do with this project year after year after year. At a certain point, you have to, it's not you're locked in forever and that decisions can't be re-looked at, but you have to look at decisions, like you have to weigh the value. Is this really worth overturning the entire apple cart? Previous council, I wasn't around for it. They made the decision around not to go with a partnership with D&D, right? So then you had a direction was set then. And then we the council I was part of looked at, well, what would a partnership with the private sector look like? Is there potential for, P3 operations here? And the report that came back said, no, not really. You can't, there's not an opportunity there. So it's like, okay, well, we made a decision to move on. So the decision that council I was part of was built on part of the decision from the previous council. And all of us now are also building decisions on top of those decisions. And in the meantime, we're sitting here praying that we don't have a huge white wand snowstorm, otherwise we might not have a forum to even talk about. Like this is asset management by paralysis. At a certain point, we have to accept that this project is needed. The peninsula needs ice. The peninsula needs community space. And we have a need beyond just the Metro Center for some arena seating. And to suggest that the Forum is just like, hey, you know, Dow built a rink for this, or, you know, our 4-pad in 2017 cost this, after all the inflation and the fact that the Forum is not just an ice rink, it's also all these things, like, it's not a comparable. So I mean, yeah, we can go get some information. We can have this. We've had this debate, you know, not getting into in camera, but we've had this debate. We're going to have it again today, I guess. And if this passes, we'll have it yet again when that report comes back. I don't think this is a productive use of our time. I really don't. I think we're at the point a decision has been made. We need to follow through. Or we can just wait for the snow, Mother Nature, to, you know, kill the project entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. And on that note, we will take a break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. We're just a few minutes past 1, but we're ready to reconvene. And we are on the First Amendment, and the next speaker on the list is Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so on the topic of the forum, picking up where we left off before lunch, yeah, so I think a few of my comments have already been echoed, and one would be the concern of selling municipally owned land to purchase other land when, where we already have the land. My other was a question for staff, just around the numbers being presented for the forum, and I remember how we had a discussion and made a decision about the future of the forum and not looking at an alternative that wasn't the heritage designation. That wasn't, what would it be if it wasn't a designated heritage site, and came back with a revised proposal that was reducing costs. I'm just wondering, as we're considering this right now in the form of a motion to defer, if there's anyone who could just provide some information on what the last estimate was for that, with the revision that wasn't based on the heritage designation.
Welcome, Philip.
Good afternoon. Philip Duganzik, Director of Facilities Design and Construction. And unfortunately, I didn't hear you because I'm hearing impaired, and I ask if you could repeat the question.
Yeah, certainly. There was just a lot of discussion, and prior to this, there wasn't a lot of discussion, but there has been a lot of discussion over the years about the forum and whether it should be a designated heritage site and rehabilitated, or whether it should be renovated. And I recall that we made a decision not to keep the heritage designation on the building, but to look at an alternative concept that incorporated elements of the heritage, but it wasn't keeping the form as is. And I'm through all that discussion, I'm just a little, I just wondering if someone could remind me and the rest of us where we landed on that. And so the numbers that are being referenced, what proposal were those numbers associated with? And what is the current model, funding estimate for the current model?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through Madam Chair. As I'll just remind Council, we are in a active progressive design build contract. We have confidential direction from Council to proceed with the contract. If you wish to go any deeper into that, glad to go in camera.
Right. It's just hard to make a decision right now about something that we don't have all the details on. I'll before I make a motion to go in camera, perhaps we'll let the rest of the speakers list go ahead and come back to that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe our CAO
Yes.
and our CFO might have comments.
Okay. In case it helps, it's my understanding that this is a request for a BAL under item, in which case we'll bring back a briefing note with all the details you need, confidential and public, and for debate at that time. So.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we heard the staff's presentation. So here we are. First suggestion that's come up. I mean, how do we not entertain the suggestion? I know my colleagues to my left, and they've been chatting the whole time with their opposition to this, and to my right, I get it. But at the same time, we have an issue with money. We have an issue with tax. We have an issue with the future. We have an issue with debt. We have lots of issues when it comes financially. So how can we not look at this? I've got lots of questions, though, around the form. And it's been quite clear. I've been on the record and my concerns about the form and the heritage status, which I think was a problem for a long, long time, which delayed us making a decision, in my opinion. My questions are, there will be a cost to stopping or pausing because there is a contract. We'll have to go in camera and discuss that. There's a cost that was shared with us at one point in time on just the maintenance, the Band-Aid to keep it up, because when we were told that a major weather event could cause us problems and have to close the building. We cannot stop the usage of the ice because we're at capacity when it comes to prime time ice usage. So we need to maintain whatever we end up doing, even if we were to go to another site and build another facility like the mayor is suggesting, we would have to keep this place operating until we moved into the other location. It needs to be on the peninsula somewhere. So as Councillor Cleary said earlier, 8 acres, where do we find that on the peninsula? There is community space in here. That's important. However, because of our financial constraints, do we look at a facility, an asset that doesn't have that community space? And, that's a risk, that's a challenge, but it's something we need to at least have that conversation. I'm worried about other assets that we have. We're going to be losing the exhibition park in about 2 or 3 years when that gets developed. And that's a significant asset to the municipality, and the loss of exhibition park. Right now, there's the events that want to come to exhibition park, to our existing one, that can't come because it's not big enough. So we're losing out on it. So all of a sudden we're going to lose that. So there's another asset. We talked about partnerships earlier. I think even Councillor Cleary alluded to that. Where are the partnerships opportunity? Yes, when we looked at this a number of years ago, we did look at the private partnership, but at that time there were no takers. But that was then. This is now. I think there may be other opportunities. There have been some conversations around that. So lots of questions, and the mayor can't answer those questions now. I think that comes back, as the CIO identified, when it comes back to the under the bow. So I support it. I know this is distasteful for a lot of folks, but it's what we have to do. We have to look at this. There may be other projects before we end the day too that are equally as distasteful, but we still have to examine it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I do find this one difficult because we did just have this discussion. It was in camera, with a lot of information, so I don't even know really what to say because it was all in camera information. But basically, the forum in general is an existing asset, so replacing it doesn't feel like any sort of service expansion or beyond our mandate. It just feels like the right thing to do for a crumbling municipal facility. The numbers that Mayor Fillmore you mentioned are just about ice, and we do have event space here and other things. And another benefit that there's other benefits with this project we've seen coming through to go ahead. Just that we've already debated this issue, and I'm not hearing any new information. If you have new information to bring, that would be interesting. But to me, like selling municipal land, I'm very hesitant to do that in general. And then thinking of buying a similar one, it only sounds more expensive to me. So I'm just not interested in rehashing this. But I think we should go in camera if people forget what we just did quite recently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, are you asking? No? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Chair. The same as my colleagues. We've had this discussion. We debated on it. We did what we did with it in camera, that is. It's troubling to me why this particular part of land, the forum itself, is so much on the mayor's radar. I understand there is a cost associated with it, but there's also, again, like most of my counterparts have said, there is more than ice on this land. There's so much more than just, right now there's a shelter. If something happens, where do they go? The other thing is that we're not just asking for it to be moved somewhere else. We're not asking for the forum to be moved. We're asking for the forum to go away. That's what we're asking. We're asking to get rid of the forum altogether. So these are hard decisions that we do have to make. I'm not talking from a nostalgia point. I'm talking from a community point, that how the forum has represented our community, how it continues to represent our community. We have to put that into consideration over dollars. So I hope that you, please, my council members, defeat the mayor's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Purdy on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I feel both ways on this. There's an imminent need for the forum to be either recapitalized or relocated, I guess. I'm just wondering the timeline on this. If it's going to be deferred, there's really not much time left for the forum. We're already under, as been said today, weather constraints for full shutdown of the forum if certain conditions arise. So if this does get passed today for a briefing note, which I'll be supporting, I'm just wondering what the timeline is for a new plan. Is that going to be provided for us in the briefing note? Is there information that will come forward that we're not aware of right now?
So in terms of timeline, the BAL briefing note would aim to be back here for March 4th, I believe, so you can conclude your BAL discussions and remain on time with your budget decisions. So that's a period of 5 weeks. What we would be doing in that note is, in many cases, reiterating the confidential direction and all of the, financial, really focused on the financial ramifications of those and the options for council. Basically laying out the financial options and our assessment of the concept of deferring it and what that entails. So that would be back in 5 weeks. No, we do not. This motion says to defer it, and so that's what we proceed. It also says that I think bottom of the motion says it's coming back for council. There may be further council direction associated with this motion, but I'll let the mayor kind of clarify that. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but at this time, it would just be, we will give you all the financial implications involved with deferring the forum for a year or further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering. I'll support the briefing note. My one question, though, is like I'm looking at a document from 2014 that was trying to find a new location for the forum. I feel like we've gone through this exercise pretty exhaustively for more than a decade now. I'm just wondering, as part of the briefing note and the motion that will come forward, do we have like preferred sites that we're thinking or anything like that? Because what I am, to Councillor Purdy's point, the forum has an end of life, and that happened a long time ago. So given that time is of the essence here, I'm just wondering what happened in 2014. If anybody could speak to that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm looking to my left and to my right. And the answer is we don't know. We have nobody here. We can go dig that up. But to your other question, is staff have sites in mind or a list of sites? No, not at all. No. As I said, we're in an active progressive design build to build on the site we're on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I have another question for our acting CAO. What does it mean for the current progressive design build contract that we're in if we defer between, now and when the briefing note comes back and council makes the decision?
We go in camera for that.
Okay, I move that we go in camera.
To go in camera. Just to go in camera. So welcome back. We are now back in public session and appreciate the patience of everyone while we were in camera. And so we are still on the amendment. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I wanted to take the opportunity to provide some clarity, and what really the motion is proposing is almost you could think of it as a three-step process. We may choose as a body to pass the motion for a BAL under today. That's step one. Step two is the BAL note comes back to discuss the impact of the motion on the budget. That's step two, and then step three, which I spoke about in my introduction to the motion, is coming back to the full council with seeking to get council's direction to staff on how we then proceed with the form site and all of the detail. And I in the spirit of complete transparency, I want to share with, I want to put on the record the original motion that I was going to table today. But after working with the solicitor, it got trimmed down to the shortened version that I actually did table as a result of a conversation in which we recognized the limitations of the Budget Committee's purview and shifted the major content of the motion to a later council motion. So that's why the motion was so short. There was no concealing of anything. It was actually written to be completely descriptive in the first way. So here's what it said. That the Committee of the Whole on Budget direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a briefing note as an under-budget item for 26-27 budget process that defers forum redevelopment for consideration in the 27-28 capital budget, pending direction following the receipt of a staff report that, one, undertakes an expedited review of potential alternative sites on the Halifax Peninsula for a 2 to 3 pad ice facility, and return to Council with identified site options, feasibility considerations, and preliminary capital cost estimates. 2, explores declaring all or a portion of the Halifax Forum lands as surplus to municipal requirements under Administrative Order 50 should an alternative site be chosen. The CAO shall advise regarding a disposal strategy that uses A, an open competitive tender process, B, provides council with clarity on the financial implications of retaining versus removing the heritage status to illustrate financial benefits of deregistration. C, has a proposed sequencing plan for transitioning ice usage from the forum. D, has a draft tender framework for the sale or lease of the forum lands, including evaluation criteria and minimum reserve price. E, a risk assessment related to project timing, capital budgeting, and community impact. And F, no tender shall be issued until council has reviewed and approved this framework. 3, engages the Halifax Forum Community Association, forum user groups, and the local community in developing transition plans for programming during and after any disposal process. And finally, 4, explores potential partnership opportunities, e.g. federal government, private sector. That was the original motion that I was going to table today. I'm sharing that with you so that you can understand in full transparency my intention. Should the BAL motion pass, I do wind up before you again at council, this is generally, it'd probably be the exact motion that I would table at council, because council is the body in whose purview this kind of work lies, as the solicitor showed me, not the Budget Committee. So I hope that that is helpful to address some of the questions that arose during the in-camera discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, can you put on the screen what is the amendment that people are being asked to vote on now? And Mr. Mayor, is that the amendment?
Yes, I'm happy to accept the amendment that's in bold, which puts a time parameter on the deferral.
And it's a friendly amendment? And to the seconder, Councillor Hensby, a friendly amendment? Thank you. There are no other names on the list. What is the wish of council? Question on the amendment. The amendment carries. Thank you, everyone. And now we are back on the main motion. Sorry, we'll just have the new speakers list come up on the screen. And Councillor White on the main motion.
Oh, goodness. No idea.
Okay, I have no idea what I was thinking at the time, but maybe I'll just say, I got from our presentation this morning that we should really be focusing on our years beyond this one as part of like a lot more than we normally would for this year's budget debate. Maybe if staff could speak to that. Like I think we, like normal, because I think we're all feeling a little overwhelmed with what's in front of us. There's projects or things we could bring forward for this year, but I guess from your presentation, that's what I really got, was to really take a hard look at those attachments 3 and 4 for things coming in future years. Could you reiterate maybe what you want us to be focusing on for the rest of today? And Freddie?
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. Yes, thanks for the question of clarification. So following the recommendations that were in the report, the first step is to approve what's been put forward to you for just the 26-27 budget year for the authority to move forward and spend and continue either projects that are currently in flight or others to design or to move from the design stage to begin in implementation. Along with that, those capital projects which are funded by reserves, we need authority to withdraw from reserves to fund those. That's the primary step for today. The next step then would be...
It is more, you do want us more focused on this year first.
Correct.
Okay. In that case, with 2 minutes, could I just ask for more information? I'm looking at the roads, active transportation, and bridges page, and there's a couple projects called roadway oversizing. Could I get some information on what those are? I understand that everything that's made it to this point is really close, and you've put a lot of scrutiny into it, but just reading the wording in that, it feels maybe contradictory to our strategic plans if we're trying to move in different ways. So if anyone could speak to the Bedford West and Port Wallace roadway oversizing projects, how those need to happen now and how they fit with our strat plans, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. My name is Peter Duncan. I'm the Director of Engineering and Building Standards. Maybe what I could do is I could explain to you what they are. So both of those are in what we would call infrastructure master plan areas. One is Bedford West, as you have said, and one is Port Wallace. The projects in the capital plan for Bedford West really represent the last projects associated with the Bedford West build-out plan, and it's the multi-use path that's along Larry Utech Boulevard, and like I said, it's the final project to be sort of carried out, and that was the master plan that brought us the Larry Utech Boulevard interchange, widening of the Carnegie Lake Road, and so on.
This line item is just wrapping up a bigger project, and it's a MUP. Okay.
Yes.
Got and that. The Port Wallace?
The Port Wallace plan is a plan we're working on now. It was, Port Wallace was and has been one of the areas that was flagged for extension of the service boundary as early as the original plan, the original regional plan in 2006. It was designated by the Housing Panel or by the Minister as a special planning area. We have not brought the infrastructure master plan back to council yet. We anticipate bringing it very soon. I'd hope to actually have it to council prior to the capital budget being here. Expenditures don't begin until, I don't have the sheet open in front of me, but I think it's 2728. And it's for the transportation related components that'll be cost shared vis-a-vis capital cost contributions paid by the developers in the area. And the items that are in the 4-year plan, the first 2 years are for a multi-use path that's being built in partnership with Halifax Water to bring the water and wastewater services across from Dartmouth Crossing to Port Wallace.
Okay, maybe I'll take a closer look at that one to understand it, but thank you, Peter. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Sean Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Crystal. Thanks, team, for your presentation. So you mentioned before at the start about external cost sharing, provincial and federal. Does this also include private stakeholders, like non-government partnerships? That's one. The other one you mentioned, high interdependent project coordination. So do you have business units examples of this based on current and future projects? Number two. And number three, so for best practices to look at things a little different, I think that's what you were implying in your presentation. So we're going to be looking more at core services like transit, fire, HRP, egress, essential infrastructure like alleviating traffic congestion in this year's budget. And are these some of the core services seen as top priority options for this year?
Thank you for the question through the chair to you, Councillor. First off, you asked about external funding sources.
Cost sharing, yeah.
Cost sharing, yes. It does include other non-government agreements, say like Halifax Water, for example. That also kind of ties into your second question about partnerships. I can't tell you extensively through every project, but that would be an example. So where our staff are coordinating with other utilities to work on similar projects at the same time, certainly more efficient and effective, that sort of dynamic.
Okay.
And the third question about core services, that's really up to the will of the committee on how to approach. You can talk about levels of service, whether, say, for example, with recreation, you want to take a look at, we just offer affordable recreation through community services and playgrounds, or do you want to look at a higher level tier with, looking at the professional sports areas and the extra costly infrastructure like the splash pads and stuff? I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to go in camera. I'd like to review an in-camera item, if it's possible, please.
Is there a seconder to go in camera? Councillor Steele. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hands. Opposed, nay. So we will go in camera again. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we're back in public session again. Again, I appreciate the members of the gallery and their patience while we were in camera. And we'll go back to the main motion as amended. And our next speaker is Councillor Purdy.
Your turn. I have a couple of things to move to the BAL under list. I know. The three things are, I thought I would bundle them because it's 3:30 and we're almost done today. One was corporate accommodations, the corporate renovation. There's $1 million scheduled for the 26-27 budget year, but there's a unspent previous budget of $1,800,000, which would bring it to a total of $2.8 million this year on corporate renovations. And just to note, the next 3 years, there's 3.5 million, 3.2 million, and 2 million scheduled for corporate renovations. So this is just coming from my perspective in a affordability crisis. I just don't think corporate renovations should be on the priority list for us in HRM. Second one is the Wanderers Ground $3 million purchase of stadium seating when it's already being rented, just to not purchase that. And the third one would be to half our district capital funds for 26-27. I did go there. I would like to.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Half them.
Pardon? Oh, I thought you were finished. Sorry. Okay.
Half them. Cut them in half. Sorry. Yep.
So that you do have the motion on the floor. And so I will ask for the seconder, Councillor Hartling. And so now we will populate the speakers list on the amendment. And Mr. Mayor, if you would buzz me in on that one, that would be great.
We're good? Okay.
Councillor Cleary on the amendment, but, oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Purdy, would you like to speak more to it before we go to the speakers list? Apologies.
Oh, no worries. No worries. No, I don't really have a lot to say. I mean, if this passes, the information can be provided in the briefing note of any implications, but we can also vote on these separately if you want. I just thought to bundle them would save us some time.
Can we split them?
We can split them, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have no issues with the briefing note. I do have a couple questions. So I'm assuming by corporate accommodations you mean B3. So I do have a question for staff on what that is. And one of the stated goals was to have a space reduction of 20% and save money. So when I look at the expenditures, it's $1 million this year and a savings of $126K. Next year, $3.5 million, savings of $96,000. I guess because it's not clear. It says multi-year plan to renovate and revitalize HRM core administration spaces, focusing on maximizing utility of owned assets and achieving an overall space reduction target. So if we're trying to save money, how come we're spending $1 million and saving $126K, spending $3.5 million, saving $96K? Are there other savings that are just not documented here, or is that really not the goal? I guess, what are we getting out of this, and how do we benefit from it?
Good afternoon, Mike Weil, Acting Director, Corporate Real Estate. with the corporate accommodations, it is going to take a while to refit spaces to scale down to the size of the 20% reduction. So you are going to have a lot of costs with that shuffle around, moving spaces. Public Works is moving to Alderney Gate. You'll then have Eric Spicer, which will need to be retrofitted. You've got emergency space within Eric Spicer that needs some work. Some of the other big ones are elections office. That really can't be postponed. That's an upcoming item that needs to be addressed. And by and large, I mean, this budget has been reduced by 1.3 million or 60% in 2026-27 based on previous year's plans. So really what we're at now is we're sort of, for the past few years, been deferring the costs and been deferring the upgrades into the next year and into the next year. So it's sort of, I guess, catching up with us now in terms of when these projects have to take place.
I guess maybe this will come back in the briefing note, but what is the risk or the downside in just not doing it this year? I mean, I've been in pretty nice spaces. Planning and Development's got a beautiful space right now. Transit's got a beautiful space right now. I guess, when do we realize the savings by shuffling everyone around? It looks like it's costing a lot of money, but not a lot of savings.
Right. So if I can take this one, part of the savings comes from making the spaces that we fit up more efficient and tailored toward non-dedicated workspace. So it's about doing more with the footprint that we have, and the savings that maybe aren't apparent is that we, by making the spaces more efficient, we're not going out and leasing new space or trying to acquire new space. So it's about doing more with the space that we have.
And is there a way to quantify that? Because where did the savings numbers in the report come from?
If you're looking at the OCC line in the subsheet, those are increased costs. Those are not savings. So
okay, so it'd be a negative number in brackets if it was a saving.
Correct.
So there is no savings.
Not on a operating cost associated with the work, but again, the savings comes from the bigger picture of not having to lease new space or acquire new space.
Do you have a delta on that?
I don't have that here, but if we were to come back with a briefing note, we would certainly be able to put some numbers around that, for sure.
Okay, and I have 38 seconds. Maybe someone can answer this one. The Wanderers seating, weren't we supposed to save money by owning it rather than renting it?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. It had a 2-year payback.
Right, a 2-year payback.
Yeah.
So if we don't buy it, we're actually spending more money. Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor White?
Yes, sorry, my questions are around the Wanderers, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand what was just discussed there. I know I have missed a report that was just at audit. I don't understand what this item is. If I could get some more information on why it's needed, if possible, or even a page number. B3 for the Wanderers? I thought it was, yeah. But even, Maggie, any info you can share on what this is helpful. And a page number. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor Maggie McDonald, Executive Director for Parks and Recreation, where the municipality has taken over operation of the Wanderers grounds. We are currently renting the bleachers. I can't speak to the specific costs, but there would be the ability, if we bought bleachers instead to basically spread those costs over a larger number of years. So that would be favorable in terms of how we could sort of amortize that spending, and again favorable in terms of the costs we would have to then be recovering.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor White. Mr. Mayor, would you switch seats with me and I could just speak to that?
Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I will be quick. So yes, I also would like to see them, whoops, I'm echoing. Is there a way to just turn it off on the side? You just turn it off on the side. Thank you so much. So yes, to see them voted separately. The third one has me very concerned about halving the district capital funds. The district capital funds mostly are assigned to the nonprofits in our districts and are used significantly to leverage other orders of government and other community partners for funding. I have seen the district capital funds be able to take, use a leverage. For example, let's say in Carroll's Corner, we used $20,000 of district capital to leverage provincial and federal funding. That got us the first outdoor adventure playground in Nova Scotia, sort of thing. So, I mean, when you look at what is the potential to lose in terms of district capital funds, I think we lose the opportunity to support the most vulnerable, which is our nonprofits in our community. So that would give me great concern to see it halved. And I would say even, in the more densely population or districts, you've got so many nonprofits that need the help. If I look at maybe Councillor Hensby's district and mine, I would know in District 1 there's 42 communities, and in those 42 communities there are 30 community halls that all support the nonprofits. So I'd be quite disappointed to see the district capital funds put in half of this budget year. So thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the three items, the corporate reno. So I guess I'm trying to understand, if we do not do it this year, what's the ramifications of that? Michael, did we lose Michael? I understand it's going to be a briefing note, but I'm looking at it at a high level right now. Oh.
I'll defer.
Right. Okay. And so the Wanderers Ground, did I hear the conversation between Councillor Cleary to understand that correctly? If we buy it, the payback is probably get the payback over 2 years. Did I hear that correctly? Okay. And what's the, do we have the overall dollar amount of the all combined district capitals amount? It's 1.5 million, roughly. Okay. Thank you. That's good, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. These are unders for the BAL adjustment list, and this is for this year only, looking at our tax rate for our residents. And so the briefing notes, if passed, would have the implications and the monies saved or not saved with these decisions. So hope you support them, at least for the BAL, and then we can hash it out in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. If you look at page H16, which is the district capital accounts, $1.5 million for $94,000 per district goes, equally across all the districts. But if you look at the balances carried forward from previous years, you'll see there's quite an inequity in regards to the urban areas have a lot of reserves, I guess you can say, in their accounts, and the rural areas are very depleted because we don't have so-called the vast opportunities of recreational and community assets that you have in the urban suburban areas. Where in rural areas we're supporting those local community groups and organizations and facilities. And that's why our accounts are depleted to zero practically every year. And because we're out there trying to prop up and leverage whatever funding we can get. So I, like our chairperson mentioned earlier, I will not be supporting cutting the district capital funds unless you want to do it in a suburban and urban context. But I will not support it for rural respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the chair and Councillor Hensby just a moment ago articulated where my head was on that particular item anyway. I've been pretty stingy with my district capital so far. A lot of that has to do with I'm the new guy, and so I'm establishing new relationships with the community groups in my area. But I recognize the critical importance that it has, particularly in the rural districts. Because you're so spread out, there's so many different community groups, all with very different needs, and they don't overlap a heck of a lot because of how spread out everyone is. And the one thing that I would say is that whatever briefing note we get back, with all due respect to staff, I think would lack that context. We are the ones that are in our community. We know exactly what we're doing with the district capital funds and the relationships that we've got in our community and the impact that it has on the community groups that we support with it. And that's not something that's just not a lens that staff has the ability to comment on. So that's one thing that I think we are in the unique position to be the best arbiters of how that district capital fund winds up benefiting our communities.
Thank you very much, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree with the last three councillors, including yourself, Madam Chair, that it's very important to keep the district capital fund in, especially in my district. It's something that the community and the community groups really look forward to, and there's not a whole lot of other funding pockets that they can look to. So I too won't be supporting number 3, but the other two I'll look at too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor White.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the spending of these are very subjective and as Councillor St. Amand said, we're kind of learning our way and how to best use these. So I think they're effective in all districts equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Oh, Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I feel that just about anything we bring up, there's going to be someone around this table that's not going to want to see it cut, right? Like that's just the way it is. Do I want to see district capital cut? No, I don't. It does benefit a number of organizations in my district, but the reality is that we're not going to move the needle on anything unless we at least consider things. And so for those reasons, I'm going to support the motion. I think everything and anything, that gets brought forward with some reason should be looked at on for finding unders on the budget. In terms of process for the BAL, we're used to having overs and then you bring things forward. With the unders, is it the same process? We'll have a list, and if we want to bring the forward under during the BAL discussions, that's when the decision will be made? Or the process?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, we got a lot of tough decisions to make. None of them are going to be easy. None of them are going to be pleasant. Even with district capital, as sacred as that is, it's not removing all of district capital. You could still have a $20,000 give to leverage other funding from other orders of government. It's just how we manage those dollars and what we prioritize within our communities. That will be a decision. But yeah, I'm not thrilled about it either, but I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The one thing that I think about when I look at the, cutting any grant is that I think that we need to acknowledge that if we're going to do it, we need to acknowledge that it's going to be permanent. Because at the end of the day, it's not like we'll be looking to increase taxes to do something in the future. Like, I think that we can all agree that that's a little nonsensical. This isn't like a one-time cut. This is, do we think that this program has value in spite of where we are? So I honestly don't know how I feel about it. To other people's point, it is an incredibly valuable pool of money for a very, very disparate district. But I think that we need to stop talk or make sure that if and how we talk about cutting these grants, we need to acknowledge that it's permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Purdy, do you want to close? Okay. Councillor Hensby.
On the last note there by Councillor Hartling, we did do this in the past. The district capital funds were cut back a number of years ago, and we did eventually bring it back up to levels they were. So it has been cut in the past, and it was restored eventually, but those were painful times when we had no assessment growth, no business growth, no population growth. We had a real bad time back then. We're not having those situations today. We have a lot of demand for services and try to afford it, but when we had those cuts, we were in desperate times with no growth.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's also worth noting that many of these community groups that depend on the ability to reach out to us for a little bit of financial support are themselves force multipliers in our communities. Quite a number of them provide services that would otherwise be lacking in our communities without that little bit of injection of support. And so while we would certainly feel the absence of the ability to support these organizations, the people that these organizations support would feel the absence of this funding even more than we would. So I think that's something that we should be weighing in this debate as well. There are greater implications. Yes, every dollar we can take off the tax rate is absolutely important, and everyone will feel every dollar that we're able to take off the table. But I do feel like the community would notice the absence of some of the services that are delivered by the community organizations that we are fortunate enough to be able to support thanks to this funding.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, when I buzzed in, just to say this is 1 year, and we can look at it as a pilot. And as Councillor Hensby said, it was brought back before, so I don't think that it's right to think that this is it. It's on the chopping block for the rest of our lives, but just for this year. But anyway, thanks for the great conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. So, yep. Oh, Councillor Hinch.
So in the motion, should it say a pilot?
No, it's just for 1 year.
Should that be in the motion though?
It's in there. 1 year.
Oh, 2020. Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, we were going to vote on the three separately. So if you would like to lead us through that and put them up one at a time on the screen, that would be appreciated. The motion is carried. Motion fails.
On the third recommendation, commence voting. All votes complete.
Motion passes. Now, so our next speaker is Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at big ticket items that are listed as next phase can be stopped. And that brings me to the Milko Ferry. I'm thinking back when council originally approved this, I think we were looking at just over 100 million for this project, and it's more than doubled, almost tripled since then. And we're looking at estimates of moving 3,000 people a day when it's up and running, which it's not a lot of people compared with how much we could move if we had a bigger investment in bus rapid transit, or even how much we're moving already per day in other methods. So I'm just looking for support on a briefing note for the BAL on implications of delaying spending on Milko Ferry. Thank you. I think one thing that's always troubled me is when we looked at approving this originally, we didn't have very much information on the operational costs of approving this. We also didn't have much comparative information of how many people we could move, and we still have very high level estimates. So I'd be looking for a briefing note that would explain a bit more of the implications of a delay on this item.
So we're going to repopulate our speakers list based on the amendment. So if you're going to speak on the amendment, we'd buzz in now. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Councillor Morse, for this. I wanted to do it as well, but I didn't think it would land anywhere. I've been very uncomfortable about this since the beginning, and I mean, especially looking at the amount of people that will move daily, and is it worth the that cost-benefit analysis? Again, it's very, very expensive. And so just on that, because I was thinking there's a library bill that is kind of connected with that, because I was thinking of laying that on the BAL chopping block. Potentially, should that be included in this as well, because they're kind of connected, or is that just automatically assumed that that particular library would be impacted as well, because that's a big cost item on our budget as well? So what do we do with that?
Through the chair to the council, great question. The library cost on the books has been in a separate account from the beginning. And the original intention, I know, from the library was to locate the library someplace different in West Bedford where there was a service need. If there was something to change with the Milko Ferry service, I understand that they would look to another location, because there'd still be a need for more library capacity in the Bedford area.
Okay, right, because location was another consideration with this particular build as well, because that wasn't the best location.
Correct.
From what I remember.
But we would need to pull that budget back initially, right, to look at land and design and what have you, and bring the budget back whenever there's a business plan, business case to put forward.
Okay, perfect. I'm very happy to support this on the BAL. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Oh, our CFO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for Councillor Morse, just for specific to your motion, you talked about a delay in spending. Are you looking just like to pause the project, or do you want to be more specific, like to stop the project? Because they're two different things, and we would prepare a briefing note based on what the motion is.
or cancellation, or you want to choose one now as part of the briefing note?
Yeah, I guess we would want you to be specific as possible what you're looking for.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a briefing note on canceling.
So the motion is seconded by Councillor Purdy. Probably would be considered a friendly amendment. We don't have the motion. Have you shared the motion with the clerk?
Sorry, I have not shared the wording, but I think essentially I'm looking for requesting a briefing note for the BAL on the implication of canceling the Mill Grove Ferry.
Krista, you're just typing that up? Okay. While Krista is typing that up, Councillor Mancini?
So, should we have both? So we can compare the both, you know, what a pause looks like and what stopping it looks like? I just, you know, what that means, ramifications, we're pausing, there's a contract ramifications to it, there's it just, you know, we don't have enough information now, I realize that, but so, anyhow, I plant that seed with you, Councillor. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Mayor Fillmore?
Thank you very much. I must say I tend to agree with Councillor Mancini. It will be good to see the implications of cancellation versus a delay. But really the reason I buzzed in was to see if Councillor Morse would accept a friendly amendment for the BAL note to include the cost implications of technology other than full electric. For example, diesel, electric, and diesel. The idea being to find a lower cost option with a proven technology that perhaps would leave money in the kitty that we could have more ferries on the harbor rather than fewer if they're at lower cost. But really a question about alternate technologies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Amand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I would have happily looked at considerations for a delay or even looking at alternative technologies. We as a body grew very concerned at the idea that we would give up a comparatively small amount of money coming from other orders of government with respect to the Windsor Street Exchange. We have a massive amount of money associated with this project coming from other orders of government. And so I just find it a little strange that we would consider giving that up without looking at all the potential ways that this project might be managed better. So I'd be very comfortable seeing us look at the possible implications of a delay or looking at alternatives. But moving to outright cancel without at least exploring other ways to achieve what this council sought to achieve originally with the project, that I'm not comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Deputy Mayor Cuddle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I would like to see what the briefing note says around cancellation, because I'm sure that will touch on some of the concerns you're raising there, Councillor St. Amand. But going forward, you know, I think the issue here is just the incredible cost with how this project's being conceived, and that there might be other options, whether it's other technologies, whether it's looking at, you know, private partnerships with, you know, other ferry providers. You know, I look around at other cities that have ferry networks, and you know, it's always a combination of some municipal ferries and as well as some private ferry services that, you know, you can make the business case for. What the issue here is, and you know, even though there are other orders of government contributing funding. It's the cost to the municipality based on the benefit that we're deriving from it, and that's the concern. So I will support Councillor Morris's motion for a briefing note. Again, it's a BAL and briefing note, and we can go from there. And I would be open to exploring other options, but perhaps not in the budget process, but through regional council, looking at how we can support ferry services in a more cost-effective way in the municipality. So I think that is a worthy discussion, and I would be interested in that. I'm just not sure it belongs right here, right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. There are 5 speakers still remaining, and it is 4 o'clock, and there are other commitments, so we will pause and reconvene on Friday at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been an enlightening day.